Okay, folks, good morning. Happy Sunday. We're going to go ahead and get started. Do kind of a recap of what we did yesterday. I pretty much built all day long, and I put the finishing touches on the Armor Fast Panzer 4Ds online. I normally don't like to do that, but I didn't want to sign on for just another 20 minutes. Didn't take much long to do it. A long time to do it, but I've been suffering from a little bit of something's dislocated in my neck. Nothing major, but I've been having neck aches go in and out. So I haven't taken any medicine for it because it doesn't really happen. So I have a feeling that I slept in a bed that was not so great earlier last week, and it's having effects than that. It's definitely not from sitting here at the table. I do that for hours on end, and that isn't an issue. And I'm actually quite comfortable. Although now that I think about it, I did have the seat higher than I normally do. I don't know, may have contributed to it. But we did a lot of building yesterday. Did some really empowering stuff. The good news is I was able to doctor these things up quite a bit from the parts box. The bad news is my part box is depleted. So hopefully I might have to buy a bunch of junk kits or something like that to get more jacks and shovels and things like that, but I'm pretty much depleted out. So I'm just in a building mood. So I have, I don't know, like 24 kits that came in. And what I'm going to start doing on the unboxings of them are, when I do them, I'm also going to show them built. They're going to be two-part. So earlier this morning, I filmed 6 or 7 unboxings or something like that. So they're done. So the first half of that's done. They're over here. So that's the next stuff I'm going to build because I want to show them built before I post the video. So that way you guys can see what I think of them, what kind of issues they may have. And it's just a little bit more into it than just a standard unboxing video. Hey, here's what's inside the box kind of thing. So, yeah, but this is the 2 Armor Fast ones. I'm going to leave them as they are, I think. And, yeah, they should work out pretty well. I had some separate tracks that I used in the end of yesterday on my build, and it was from the Hummel, separate link tracks. They're from Eschi, and I went ahead and manufactured some brackets out of this stuff. I have a habit of collecting these key cards. I don't turn them back in to the hotel. Sorry, that's my guilty pleasure. And I use this as plastic card. The bad thing about it is they are very lubey. They have a lot of oil properties to them, which means you can't use this cement to glue them on. So I had to super glue them in. But I took a strip, I bent it over the end because it was relatively flexible. I cut it, and there's my bracket. Because I didn't want to go to Hobby Lobby, it was closed, and spend $8 on some plastic thing. And really, they were closed. I would have bought it. So, anyways, really happy with how these turned out. I'm sure they'll look even better when they're painted. But upwards and onwards. So if you guys have any requests in the next couple of minutes, before I get started on what vehicle I'm going to do next, let me know. Because otherwise, I'm going to build the ones that are the easiest to build, so we can knock some of them out. Not that I'm in a hurry, but it's empowering to knock things out. And I'm probably planning on doing something a model that I've never unboxed, but that I've never done before. And 2 of them are particularly good. How many did I say I did? 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, I just guessed, and I guessed correctly. Nope, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, 6. Okay, drink. Not enough caffeine. So I'm going to do the ones that are the easiest to put together first. And this is a new manufacturer. that I have never put one together on. And it looks brilliant, honestly. Let's do this one. SU-152. This Verboy Animal Killer. And this is by Trumpeter. And I'm going to steal my own thunder and tell you this thing looks amazing, okay? I only have one gripe with Trumpeter so far, and that is the two kits that I have, and I unboxed them both, do not have hatches that are openable. So if that's a thing for you, then maybe be good to look elsewhere. And we've got some advertising here in full color to buy more of their Chinese products. Good morning, Mr. Glenn. And they have all kinds of subset little things in baggies, and they were protected, and you know, all kinds of stuff. So let's get all these pieces out. The instructions. Here's the decals. I know you guys across the pond like to call it that, and I call it that too, just to be silly. I don't know why this thing wants to slide. This particular one wants to slide all over the place on me, but it protects my cutting board. Let's go ahead and open these things up. This thing reminds me a lot of S model, which is also Chinese. I don't know why this is sealed by itself, so they don't fight. And this is a quick build kit. And I don't think I'm going to have to do a lot of flash. Well, you know, honestly, there is all these kits I've built, there's not really any flash on them. It's just the mold marks, the injection points is what I'm cleaning up. White metal stuff has more flash than this. This is some beautiful, delicate track. Really, really thin, probably to scale. All right. SU-152. And the decals on this thing are amazing, because you can make like 6 different vehicles with this thing. Really, really nice selection. I don't know if you can tell because they're all white. But there's like 6 different vehicles you can make of this, so I may pick up another one of these at some point in the future. Especially because these are really good looking vehicles when they're painted. Good morning, Tank Man. Yep, we're on a tear. I just don't feel like painting today. I don't want to fire up the airbrush to black base 2 vehicles. And there's not enough light out there to do it anyways, so. Okay, so here's the 2 tracks. We start with a hull. Let's make sure this thing doesn't need any cleanup. Probably doesn't. Let's get Mr. Sandpaper. Not this one. That one's super abrasive. We had to cut down those jerry cans to get them to fit in that. Took some finagling to get the little jerry can thing in the side of that Panzer IV, but really happy with how that turned out. Let's get a little sliver. This is the one we use for most things. It's the good in-between stuff. So yeah, I found the happy spot of going ahead and doing unboxings, a half, because I think it's beneficial to show you guys, to show people that look at the unboxing what it looks like finished in the same video. So I'm going to shoot part of it, and then we'll be done. And a lot of people don't watch these live sessions anyways, so you know, they're not really missing anything. Have a lot more views on the actual video than the live session. Okay, so this one actually has a spot here that needs to be taken down. I'm going to use this and see if we can get some more out of it before we still don't know what it seems like. This is kind of brittle. Man, I love that the Armor Fast plastic. I fell in love with that stuff. I kept all the sprue. I need any extra things, I'm going to be making out of that. Let's just not go down all the way to the material. That's on the inside. I'm not so concerned about that. And then we'll take this and finish off the rest. Well, that stuff, it's sanded incredible. That Armor Fast stuff's sanded. I don't know if that's the same for all their kits. I don't remember the Shermans that I had. I've only built Shermans from them before, and it was, the Sherman stuff just looked like regular plastic, but this stuff was amazing on those Panzer IVs. Oh, it even says KV85, so KV85 uses the same hull. Don't have one of those yet. I got these vehicles because it's what they had in stock at Noble Knight. Okay, and this is kind of a big spot too. Let's go ahead and use this for and now we will sand the rest of this. Don't really need to buy sanding sticks. You just double this thing over. This actually came prepackaged in like a little bubble wrap. Like, this is pretty solid. I don't know why you would be worried about this breaking, but okay. And okay, so we need F2, which are these little latches. That one says F1, but here they're labeled both as F2. Is there an F1 somewhere else? Let's look at the parts. Explosion. It's F1 and F2. Okay, there's two of these. I don't know why they're labeled differently. They're like literally the same piece. We will follow instructions from that and put the two F2s. Cut those out. That's the only reason I have this many kits, as I did that trade with Noble Knight. And before something's gone that I'm interested in, I went ahead and got them. And it's fun. It's like I can do this or watch television. Like, why would I want to watch TV? This shit's a lot more fun. Especially when we had a day like yesterday. I solved all kinds of issues. I think the plastic in early Armor Fast was a bit more brittle than the later kits, such as the 4D. The 4D kit is I absolutely love that plastic. It was amazing. It sanded really fast. I didn't think it was going to glue worth a damn, because it almost looked like it was plastic figures, like Airfix figures. Okay, this is the first piece here. And it's interesting that they already show a wheel here in place, but there's no steps before it. Typical. Sometimes I take the instructions with a grain of salt. Both if the F2s and they droop down, thanks to gravity. Let's make sure these things fit okay. I think somebody told me that the fit on these the trumpeter stuff's a little sloppy. I don't think it will be. I mean, I've put together ESCI kits and those are sloppy as hell. I'm not going to use tweezers on this because I don't want this little guy to go flying. That one goes like so. And then this one goes like so. Okay. All right, and we have piece F3 and F5 on the opposite side. All right, so let's grab F3 is on this side. And I don't use the snippers for this stuff. It's just too hard to get them in there. I could buy smaller snippers, but that's just money spent poorly, in my opinion, at this point. It took me a long time to even get these. All right, let's make sure we don't cut off anything important. That's flash, that's flash, that's flash, that's flash. All right. See, now I'd be more tempted to use these and cut most of it off. So maybe I was operating with this table. See, I normally operate with the chair as low as it'll go. So it's 18 inches from the ground, and it's 18 inches from the seat, more or less, to here. So I can be as erect as possible and not fuck up my neck. You know, like we all do by looking at our phones and stuff like that. And I've had on and off neck aches all day yesterday, to the point that the headache medicine doesn't help. So that's why I stopped yesterday. I needed to stand up and do a bunch of like this stuff and straighten it back out. But I woke up several hours ago, earlier than normal, on my own because my neck was uncomfortable. I wouldn't really call it a heavy pain. It was just uncomfortable. You'll have fun with the rubbery hot plastic. I have their motorcycles. Devil to paint. Challenge accepted. I've got, you mean the Pack 36? Well, the cool thing is that the Pack 36 actually has with desert crewmen. So that's kind of my opportunity to paint some desert guys. Although I want to do British guys before I do the damn Africa Corps. But I planned on painting some of the Airfix desert wrap figures, which they're pretty decent, and I have a ton of them. Well, I have a couple packs of them. And I really wanted to get a Matilda, but they didn't have any in stock. They had the Fujimi one in stock, which was 1/76 scale and old school Fujimi. I have a tendency of viewing anything Japanese as like the best. Not some of these old model kits. They are definitely dated. And has-beens by today's standards. But I'm a fan of Japanese stuff, especially Japanese vehicles. Japanese vehicles now, not World War II vehicles. They were pieces of shit back then. And the opposite is this one over here. Thank goodness they were pieces of shit. Imagine if they were better. More difficult to fight them. Although that little Kurogane staff car is really cute. Super cute. But cute doesn't win wars. Barnes White. Cute doesn't win wars. Let's make sure we're not cutting past that point. Perfect. This just keeps this from snapping on me when I'm putting tension on it. And then we go in and we can trim the pieces if we need to. I just wish the 3D stuff was more affordable shipping wise. Because I've seen some 3D printing stuff that makes me want to salivate. It's all in the UK. And like their shipping is like, you know, $12 or something like that. I'm like, well, I don't need something that badly. I wouldn't have bought any of these. Not because these kits aren't any good, but just because I got plenty of stuff to do. But I wasn't doing anything at all with the stuff I traded for it, so I'm already getting more money's worth out of the stuff I got in trade than the stuff I traded. Yeah, the girls come back today, so party's over. Now I get as much stuff done as when they're here. We're supposed to leave again at the end of the month. I can't wait. I mean, I'll plan on getting more things done then. I'm so busy Monday through Friday, and then you do have days like yesterday that this stuff takes time. I mean, you see how long it took to build those Panzer IVs with all the modification. Many fun hours. It was a lot of fun. There's no doubt about it. Okay, this is put together, piece one. Okay, we have the running gear that's all together. And I hope this stuff glues okay. Make sure there's no little bit of flash like that little bit right there. Nicely detailed. There's a tiny little spot of flash here. I don't know why it decided to be a different color. So far, all the builds I had done, my favorite plastic was Plastic Soldier Company. I like the Armor Fast plastic even more. It just sands really well. I don't like the brittle ones. And I haven't had anything snap on me. I'm not bragging, I'm really careful with it. This is like 14 and above. My 14-year-old self couldn't handle this. There's no way. I just didn't have the skill set for it. Okay, sprocket wheel is sprocket wheels on the back on Russian tanks. So this is like this, and this one is like this. Okay, and apparently they want you to put in F9 and F8, 2 of each. It's the same piece. Okay. F9 and F8. Okay. Get those two out of the way so we don't chase them around the floor. I'm sure something's going to fall on the floor, but I vacuumed in here. I don't have carpet. I have tile floors that are light in color. And unless it bounces really far, like that one barrel that actually bounced inside this this chair, that was insane. It's really not an issue. Let's use the clippers for this. This works really well on these round pieces to cut most of the stuff off. Then you can go in there and trim it. This is really satisfying doing this. And I don't know whether it's because now I have to take my contacts off, which means it's not that I see better, but everything is zoomed in much more than before because I'm nearsighted. And I'm enjoying the details that the people that make the models put on the models, like the rivets and stuff. I don't know, I'm enjoying the process a lot better. I wish I didn't have to do it because I go in a mole mode, meaning I can see things really clearly here, but once things get a foot away, it's blurry as shit. So, you know, you just got to be careful you don't knock things over like an incompetent person. Paying more attention to this than I probably should, but it's calming. Yeah, unfortunately, I depleted all my spare parts. But I did organize everything. So it makes it easier to find things when I need them. Okay, the two F8s, one of them goes over there, one of them goes over here. They have looks like they have localizing things on there. And one of these goes here, one of these goes here. All right, so let's work on this one. Tip of this brush has gotten a little bit. Right, off to the other side. Yeah, yesterday went by way too quick. Between 5 and 10 was 5 hours. I don't know how long my session was yesterday. It seemed like it was a 5-hour session. Felt like it was about an hour long. Okay, that's complete. Turn the page. Where to next? Put the two hull pieces together. All right, I'm going to try to see if they fit, and if they fit, I'm not going to glue them on because it makes the painting process easier, especially with this light color being on the inside sprocket wheel, and then we got to make sure that we get that nice and dark when we paint it. It's not a problem. I just rather just pull the thing off. All right, idler wheel up front. This is the front of the vehicle. goes in nicely. So does that. So does that. So does that one. Oh. So here is a problem with the kit. Nope, you got to put it underneath. Nope, they should not have had you glue these things before you glue this. These should be glued to here, not to here. No, they fit underneath. I was able to slide them on there. Never mind. Call off the dogs. I don't know. I think I will glue it in place. I'm not going to glue the top and the bottom hole in place, and that way I can access the top of the. It's the top of the tracks. It's a pain when you're trying to get paint in there and then spooge it around. It's just quicker this way. Yeah, we should be good. Let's go ahead and glue this thing in place. Splooge. Yeah, that could mean a lot of things, but in this case, we're talking about getting the paint up in there. I make up my fair share of words when I'm just talking. I would not do it in a document or an email. I'm more colloquial when I talk. Impetuate should be a word though, just saying. Okay, let's go to the other side. I'm not going to test fit it. We're going to assume that it fits okay. Living life on the edge. It's the same. It should fit. This is not the Tamiya cement. This is the microscale micro weld. It's the same but different. Smells a lot better. Smells less cancer causing. We've got a lot of ventilation in here, so. There we go. One of the main things I had to remember when I went back to doing plastic models from working with white metal is that you got to be a lot gentler with your touch. And I like it a lot better than... You got to use a lot of horsepower sometimes when you're having to drill things out of white metal and things like that. I prefer the plastic. And all the glues that work on white metal also work on plastic, plus the plastic glues work on plastic. So you have an arsenal of different gluing techniques you can use depending on what it is that you're trying to achieve, instead of white metal where you're like basically, okay, I use super glue and I'm not happy with it, or I just epoxy everything. And same thing goes for resin. Not a big resin fan. Resin's extremely brittle most of the time. Okay, now it's telling me to put the top hole on the bottom hole. Well, I will do it, but I'm not going to glue it down. Not telling me what to do, Mr. Chinaman. I just know better. Especially when you're building some older kits like the ESCI kits. There's a lot of stuff that's in not an ideal order. I don't know if this shows, but we're going to trim this like it does. And see, I can't see that there's 6 of you guys. Good morning, folks. If you're just joining us, this is a Trumpeter SU-152 Zverboy. I think that's how you say it. Animal killer. They're blasting shit 80 years ago today at their debut at Kursk. Okay, we'll go ahead and install it. This should snap in there okay and be able to pull it off. I'm pretty sure somebody said Trumpeter was an issue with fit. Not an issue so far. Nice. F7. 6 wheels, both sides. Okay. No spare wheels. Russians don't believe in spare wheels. We have spare vehicle. Let's see, can we do this? I don't want to get too close while they're on here. 12 of these bastards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I've seen people use like a little clear container to put these parts when they're cutting them, but we're using them immediately. And the other thing you got to be careful if you do that, don't knock the container over. Because otherwise you just undid the whole purpose of doing it the same way, you know? It'd be like using a bunch of painter's tape to go paint something in 1:1 scale, and then just taking the paint bucket and dumping it over your head. It really doesn't do any good. Honestly, I think this is actually working better. Yep. I could probably stand to have a better one of these. I picked this up at Hobby Lobby and it used to smell funny. It was like covered in freaking oil. Yes, it was a Chinese knocked off piece of shit cheapo thing. But I didn't want to throw a bunch of money at it. Bits and bobs, as you folks across the pond like to say. perfect. Any of you guys across the pond? I'm sure there's a couple of you guys on here. Barnes and Jeffrey. Any of you guys have favorite, I don't think I've ever asked this before, favorite American sayings? So a saying that doesn't get used, well, unfortunately, American sayings probably get used the world over because we stick our nose in everybody's business, or everybody sticks their their nose in ours and wants to know about us. But are there any American sayings that you guys like that are not used over there or typically American? I can't think of any, but across the pond sayings that I love, and I use it all the time, brilliant. I love using brilliant as an adjective. It's brilliant, whoever came up with that. It's certainly my favorite one that I can think of. I mean, is it Crumpet 30? Actually, it's lunchtime. Of course, my breakfast is 5 a.m., lunch is 11, dinner is at 5. That's normally what I do. Super excited greats. Oh, so you don't like double... Well, I probably say that kind of stuff all the time. I am not responsible for what comes out of my mouth when I'm just talking colloquially. I have good writing skills, even though I hate to write, because I read a lot of emails, and a lot of people are really bad email writers. Really bad. Super excited. Yeah, that one's kind of hard to avoid. I probably say it a lot. My condolences. But I was talking about stuff that you like, not ones you don't like. There's all kinds of sayings I don't like. The one I can't stand you guys use is done and dusted. Like, what am I, the lady that comes in and a housekeeper? Yep. House is clean, done and dusted. Don't like that one. Never noticed me saying it. Well, if I say it, I'm not doing it to piss you off. I'm not that kind of... I mean, if you were an asshole, it'd be something different, but no, that's not the case. Like I said, I am very conscious that I say things that I would never write. And I don't necessarily mean cussing. I just mean, like, I wouldn't write impetuate. And when I'm talking about my game, I know I say it a lot. It should be a freaking word. It really should. Nobody asked me. I generally prefer the way that this word, generally, I'm sure there's exceptions, I generally prefer the way the words across the pond are spelled. I don't agree with your pronunciation all the time, but I like armor and color, especially armor, with a U in it. It looks right. I try to type it here, oh no. Gray looks dumb with an A, It has an E, But nobody asked me. That's a good thing. I would have told them too. I have opinion about a lot of things, but it's never about the stuff I don't give a shit about. Ah, you see what I did there? Let's test fit. This has a little on it, and I'm going to make sure that it's not an issue before I have live glue. Ooh, this is some nice detailing on these. One of my daughter's best friend has a couple things that bug her. And if it's something truly annoying, I won't do it. But if it's something silly, I find it like a point to, there's a little center spot there that also shouldn't be, to do it every chance I remember to do it. And one of them is the word moist. I don't know why certain people have a negative reaction to that. There's lots of things that are moist that I happen to like. I'm not going to go into detail, okay? But I don't have a problem with a word. You know, it's not like the word roach. I don't know anything named roach that I care for. And there's only two things named roach. One of them is a roach, and the other one is that marijuana shit. And I don't care for either one of those two things. So there's nothing pleasant about the word roach. Yet people don't have a problem with it. Well, I'm going to say moist, damn it. Especially in Florida, it's moist outside all the time. Linguistic entrepreneur. You know the hardest word in the world to spell? It's the name of a freaking game. This is an abortion of unusual size. This game, and I kept it. You probably know which one I'm talking about. And I don't have a problem generally spelling things in French, because being accustomed to a second language, even though I didn't really was educated in it, I'm more in tune with it than most people. This freaking word. What kind of an abortion is this? Manoeuvre. It's the O. What is the O doing there? Go get your croissant and get out of here. Manoeuvre. It's I can't even. I have to write, okay, mano, which is hand in Spanish, and then this part, manoeuvre. Hardest word in the well, I don't think it's the English spelling. Blame it on the Normans. X through Y sounds better than X to Y when talking about numbers. Okay, so, all right, so 5 to 25, 5 through 25. I don't think I've, okay, all right, that's, wow. The problem with the first way you wrote it is there's a lot of stupid people. Try consistently spelling gauge. It's not difficult. I don't have a problem with that one. What words do I have trouble spelling? Generally none. I'm a really good speller. I'm not good at everything, but spelling happens to be one of them that I pride myself on. I find it's important. So I make it a point to not misspell things. Now, if I'm typing, I misspell shit all the time because I put the letters in the wrong order. I'm a little too old to be a good speller and never took it in school. It wasn't available when, or I would have. So I can't look at the key. I can't look at the screen and type. I got to look at the keys. I don't hunt for the keys, and I may use the ring finger, but I use basically these three fingers. I don't use the pinky for shit. I may inadvertently like hit the space bar or something with it, but it's really frustrating to be a poor typer or not the best typer and a good speller. It's really frustrating. I got to proofread everything. It's like, yeah. And then sometimes I miss something because it's mistyped. Who is it? Is it the Germans that use the comma when we use the period? Yeah, they use the comma for the decimal point. I don't know if it's the Germans or all Europeans. I don't think the English do it. I'm sorry, British. I'm sorry, UKians. That's one thing I do all the time. I'll say England when I mean Britain, and or when I mean the UK, and it's no disrespect. I know the difference. I just lump them all together. If Scotland separates, does the rest of the Great Britain get screwed out of the blue in their flag? Because it's going to look weird as shit. That'd be like the big, like, sorry, you can't leave. We're keeping, if you guys leave, we're keeping your freaking blue, okay? Because I'm a fan of the Union Jack. It is a cool flag. Yeah, none of that ungrateful colonials 4th of July crap here. You know, I'm actually not a fan of rebels, to be honest with you, but that's not my fight. We were over in the old country at that time. We don't have Mayflower ancestors. Those folks got kicked out of Europe because there weren't any fun at parties. My ancestors, we knew how to throw a good party. Sometimes it involved burning people at the stake, but you know. Gage. Linus Roach. It's a terrible last name. Yeah, like your name, Jared. If you came to the States, and people here in this, maybe it's everywhere around, because I don't buy that whole people in the U.S. are dumb. Yes, there's dumbasses here. There's dumbasses everywhere. I've seen those Essex videos. They've got some knobs over there. There's knobs everywhere. And there's people that are ignorant of geography everywhere. And there's people that are, you know, okay with it. I think geography is freaking awesome. But if you came to the States, everybody would be calling your last name Heine. Everybody. And it wouldn't even occur for me to call your last name anything other than Heine. It just wouldn't. But I don't tell people my last name the correct way it's spelled because people can't pronounce it the right way. So I had a teacher in college that would give you the answers to the questions. I think it was a history guy, and he would go through your quiz that you took, and he would give you the right answer, and he would also give you the right wrong answer. Okay, so something that either should be the right answer but isn't, or is almost true and makes sense. I don't know why he did that. It was kind of cool that he did that, and shit, that was probably 1990 and still stuck in my head. It made that much of an impact on me. So what I like to tell people is I pronounce my name on video as Aguilar as the correct wrong answer, basically. Because in reality, the way you pronounce my last name is Aguilar. You guys can't do that. And it's okay, you know. So I don't even try to say my own name correctly. Now, if I go to Mexico or I go somewhere where I know they speak Spanish, I say it the correct way because they know how to roll their R's and get all that stuff. But I pronounce my own name in video the right wrong way. Yep. Always cop Heine in the U.S. It just, yeah. The only thing German that threw me for a loop that I'm aware of, I'm sure other things probably threw me for a loop, is when I was talking about the German armored cars. And the SPAH, I thought for sure was Spa. Because it just sounds better for it to be a Spa-Wagen, not a Spay-Wagen. Spay-Wagen just sounds weird. Now, that's coming to me at 52 years old. Actually, I was 51 at the time. And realizing that I was pronouncing it wrong all the time. Now, thankfully, it's not a word I said all the time, but yeah. I don't like that German double S. It looks stupid. I like the way it looks with two S's, not that weird. Let's put a capital letter in the middle of the freaking word. Oh, stop that. Go make some beer. ass capital letter, make believe letter in the middle of the. Who do you think you are, Russia? You can't put Cyrillic crap in the middle of your words. I'm sure that the people of the Netherlands react the same way when people refer to Holland. How did Holland get that name? Why? It just seems silly. The Netherlands is a mess. The Netherlands is a mess. I don't mean the country. I just mean just when you think about it. Okay, it's the Netherlands, but it's also Holland, which is part of the Low Countries, but they're Dutch. If you're going to call it Holland, why don't you call the people that live there the Hollandaise? It makes sense, right? I should find somebody Dutch that I don't like and do that to them. My ancestors had a problem with the Dutch anyways. They didn't listen too well. And my ancestors were a bunch of intolerant bigots too, so, you know. It kind of goes hand in hand. Here in Oz. Oh, and I do like the fact that that you guys call it OZ. That's kind of cool. As an outsider, though, and I don't mean this offensively, okay? I say things like I see them. I think it's weird that Australia is yellow and green. It just, yellow and green, I mean, I'm used to it now, but yellow and green just doesn't scream Australia. It screams Brazil to me, you know? Anyhow, you always get Heinz, okay? Okay. Like the sauce, even though there's no Z. Yeah. A lot of people are just ignorant of other languages. I'm looking forward to going to Europe and going to a country that I don't speak the language. I've never been to another country that I didn't speak the language. It's got to be cool. I'm petrified of driving in Italy, though. That's got to be like Miami on crack, and tiny little unsafe vehicles. Is it a Latin culture thing where people just drive like assholes? Sorry, in that respect, I consider the Italians Latin. Just think about the word. Who the hell, why wouldn't they be Latins? Gold and green. 7 provinces form the Netherlands, of which one is Holland, the old Spanish Netherlands. Yep. As Luke said, we just like people from everywhere. You don't get to pick where you're from. You don't get to pick what color you are. You don't get to pick who your mama is. You know? So, you know, I don't really care where people are from. There's assholes everywhere. There's some that live really close to me. They're extra weird. Guys mow the lawn at night, like at midnight. They're up to something nefarious. But as long as they stay out of my shit, I don't care. But I'm still up to something nefarious. Really? You gonna start blowing? All right. We will use a glue container to hold your ass down. Oh, I know what English word I hate. The name of that city you guys have. That you call Leicester. So you pronounce only half the letters. That's just ridiculous. I mean, at least pronounce most of the letters. I guess I should probably do the underside as well here, so it, because it runs on that. We used to have some Dutch exchange students here that we'd annoy by saying they came from the nether regions. Oh, man. I love it. Ooh, these actually have a little locating thing. I didn't know that. Well, that's kind of silly. We got to make sure that we did that. In other words, one part, it's not round completely. It has a squared off section. I would find it very unlikely that I decided to, yeah, I did not put that in the correct way. Why did they do that? Why not make it round? These Chinese bastards are way too controlling. I'm gonna blame it on that Winnie the Pooh guy. He doesn't like that, so. Thought this was a quick build kit. Good thing I don't have any plans today, other than clear out the rest of this room. Gotta make room for the couch. Let me check my phone just 1 second. Okay, we're good. Of course, you could have just called them, oh, you guys are from the Netherlands? Oh, that makes you Neanderthals. What's Holland? You know, the thing is about, the Netherlands. What's the Netherlands known for? And it may be wrong, but when I think of the Netherlands, first thing I think of is a place that's even lower in altitude than Florida. Basically like dikes, the old school one, not the ones that are, just the ones that are over there. I don't know, are there dikes anywhere else in the world other than Holland? Wooden shoes, marijuana, prostitution, what else? That's it. That's a shame. I'm sure it's known from lots of other things. But that's the only thing I can think of right now. There's probably some good cheeses from there. Belgium gets the beer and the chocolate. I'm not a chocolate fan, so. And really tall people. I think that's the #1 tall people place. Which is ironic because it's a small country. I don't know why that is ironic, but I think that's the tallest country in the world, where the average person is like 6'3" or something ridiculous. If I go somewhere and feel short, there's some tall people around because I never feel short. but I made it to 5'11" and shrinking, which was a minor miracle considering both of my parents were under 5'5". Tulips, that's right. Beister too. Gouda, okay. I wish Gouda had more flavor. My daughter really likes it, but it doesn't. I mean, I'm fine with the Gouda flavor. It needs to be more intense. Of course, I'm a fan of. If you're gonna cheese, my favorite one, standard cheese is cheddar. Worcester and Gloucester. Featherstona or Fanshawe. Featherstona or Fench. How do you pronounce Featherstona? Hopefully it's not Fanshawe the way you. I don't know. Weirdisms. There's one of my word. Weirdisms. I would never type weirdisms, but it's like, if you say weirdisms, everybody knows what you're talking about. Both sides. Okay. Time to put. I guess all of these barrels all come pre-built with both sides already on them. I don't mind. A lot of the things I'd rather do than put two halves of a round cylindrical thing together. Seems like a waste of my time, talents, whatever. Here's the 4. Come on. Fanshawe is how most people pronounce. What? How do you get feather and fan together? Stona, Shaw. I can't go there. I can't go there. I can't go to across the pond. You guys are crazy. Why do I have extra pieces here? Did they put them on afterwards? 3 and 5. They might be for the KV85 thing. Yep. Doesn't look like they go with this one. Yep. That looks extremely brittle. That looks extremely brittle. Let's cut this thing off. Kind of shame that the hatch is closed. I mean, I'm fine with it being closed, but it's nice to have that option. I mean, there's shittier kits that have the option. I wouldn't call this even remotely a shitty kit. And no fit issues so far. Plastic's a bit brittle, though. All right. Feathers, Featherstona. I'm going to call it Featherstona. You would expect to be pronounced Featherstona. Yeah, but over time it is contracted to Fanshawe. Yeah. Well, I told you guys about this. I saw a thing on YouTube and it was fascinating about the 10 easiest British English dialects to understand, and there's stuff I never even heard of before. I don't really watch English programming, so there's some accents that I'm just not privy to. And the speed that it's said, and the letters that get omitted when they say the word, that you're not used to, is makes it very unintelligible. Regardless of not whether or not they're mumblers, the person, but that's, I think, the person speaking. So, like, there's a gentleman who I have met several times. He's come to the States, I think, on 3 different occasions, and I saw him at Historicon twice. So I've encountered him 5 or 6 times, something like that, maybe even 7. And he's from Wales. And I understand and he has an accent, but he doesn't have a very heavy accent. And I understand every single thing he says. I don't need subtitles for him. Very nice gentleman. And, but there's some colloquial accents that were in that I'm like, what in the hell are you guys? And you guys invented the language. Like, I can forgive it. Like, we came over here, we're not Native American speakers. Okay? We're Americans. We're not Native American speakers. You guys invented the language. It has your name on it. And, yeah, there's some words. I don't know what the hell you guys are saying. It's pronounced Fanshawe or Farnshaw. Oh, it keeps getting worse. It keeps getting worse. There is a county just west of here that is named after a French general of the American Revolutionary War. We all know who that is. The locals of that county, the stupid rednecks in that county claim that county is pronounced Lafette. Yet the word is this freaking long, right? Because there's even double letters in it. Lafette County. I refuse to call it that. There's only one way to say that word. So yeah, there's travesty everywhere. Lafette County. You ignoramus. You know what an ignoramus is? It's a stupid butthole. Okay, that's pretty reasonable. I don't know why I'm doing this. This stuff isn't visible when it's shoddy Soviet construction. So, but I'm surprised I haven't cut myself doing this shit, but worry not, I'm being careful. It could happen. It's not the end of the world, but I don't know that I've cut myself with an X-Acto knife more than twice in my entire life, and I've used them my whole life. I mean, you're just careful with it, you know? You're handling something dangerous, you're careful with it, even though it doesn't look like it. This thing's getting, so we're gonna use a new one. At some point, I've got to use them for something else because they're just, I got like 20 of them over there. I just don't dare throw away. Thou mayest not speak Arkansas. Arkansas. Well, that one you're just omitting a letter, you know. You know, and French does stuff like that, but just totally changing it. What the hell? Yeah, everybody in the United States makes fun of Arkansas and Kentucky and West Virginia and, you know. What's the place in the UK that everybody makes fun of? I don't know. You ask people in England, they'd say Wales. You ask people in Scotland, they say England. You know, it's everywhere somewhere different. I love all those little pissing matches you guys have amongst your countries. States? What would it be considered? I'll call it a country. Some would say that English is a polyglot language, a bit like Common Tongue and D&D, a mix of all the languages spoken by all the immigrant peoples. Even the Dragonborn? It's part Elfish, you know? I don't mind immigrant people. I just don't like that whole... we have to live with the orcs, or we have to live with the... I don't like the interspecies stuff. You know, it's just weird. It's like you wouldn't go screw a zebra. So why is there like a half human, half zebra person? Yeah, it's just weird. Stick with your own species, you know? I'm going to create this role-playing game with people and apes, you know? Have children together and they make different... Yeah, that's what should be races. It shouldn't be, you know, black, Asian. That shouldn't be races. We're all human. You know, we just have different skin color. You know, races would be like, okay, we're going to have a child with a chimpanzee or one with an orangutan. Well, you just created another race, pal. That's what D&D is. You know? I mean, isn't the traditional kobolds like dogs and people? They're like dog-type people. I don't know. Go down a slippery slope. Yeah, people should start doing that. What race are you? Human. We're all human. Right? There's not one of us that has freaking 3 noses, you know, and 1 ear. I know there's probably somebody out there that got born with 3 noses and an ear, but... yeah. We've got people that looks like a dragon, but they're bipedal and they speak. Although, aren't dragons traditional speakers anyways? They have a lot to say, don't they? Well, they're really old, so, you know. That's why there are several ways of naming the same thing. That's why a mighty fine zebra you've got there, Virgil. Yep. Yeah. I told my mom we were talking about different things last night at lunchtime. I don't really go out and do stuff with her very often. I probably should, but I don't. And I told her, and she's not a native English speaker. She definitely is not a native English speaker. I don't speak to her in English at all. That would be rather weird. And I said, you know, I say on my program all the time, I'm a human supremacist. And I had to explain to her what that means. I said, I don't care what color you are. We're all humans. That doesn't mean I want to kill all the animals. It's just human lives come first. Now, with that said, there's some people's lives that probably aren't deserve better than dogs for sure. But I hope that's the exception to the rule. All right, it's time for café con leche. So I will be right back in a moment. This is taking way too long to do this, but it's okay. We'll see what new humans and animal combinations there are. Can you have a New Year's resolution in the middle of the year? Is there such a thing? Oh look, I made a black and tan. Although on a black and tan, the lighter one's at the top, I think. Now this is just it's mostly water, a little bit of coffee concentrate, and then I put some creamer on there so my stomach doesn't hate me. Can you have a New Year's resolution, a mid-year's resolution? If it is, I would make a mid-year's resolution that I am no longer going to use the word race, unless we're talking about actually racing. I think no such thing as race. There's different tribes. Actually, you know what I should start calling it? I said, which warband do you belong to? Right? These politicians come up with shit to divide us, I'm telling you. And by these politicians, I mean all of them. What warband do you belong to? I don't think it'd catch on. Ooh, nice. Okay. That side's done. How many I got done of these? None? Wow. Yeah, a 14-year-old wouldn't be doing this shit. But I don't mind doing it. If I'll guarantee you, once I stop, if I don't like doing something, I'm not going to do it. I don't think in basic D&D, and I'm talking like 1983, when I played it last as a child. Not that there's anything wrong with playing D&D as an adult. I got better things to do. Got things I would rather do than that. I don't think there were any half races. Might have been half elves. That was about it. They didn't have half orcs or half ogres. That's like both of those guys are bad creatures. Why would you have a child with a bad creature? I fell in love. Who'd you fall in love with? I fell in love with a creature that likes to eat other humans. Why would you do that? Assuming it's possible, why would you do that? You know? I could say a lot of things, and I'm not going to say them because it wouldn't be PG. It wouldn't even be PG-13. I don't have to say them. What are ogres known for? Really big, beat on things, and like to put humans in pots and eat them. Why would you have a child with such a creature? Half ogre. Come on. It's fantasy. Right, so you can do whatever you want. Why did you guys decide to do that? Do something that makes a little bit more sense. All right, that's going to get us where we need to go on that one. This is the kind of conversations I have on a long car ride with somebody named Mitch. Do you guys across the pond, if you do any American Civil War reenactment, are you guys offended by the Confederate flag? I'm just curious. It's never bothered me, but not really my people, you know? I see the Confederate flag and I think of those guys didn't have enough shoes. I mean, it's used by racists to do other stuff, and yeah, there is racism in the in the fabric of the institution. But there was that kind of stuff in other parts of the world. It doesn't make it right at the same time. It doesn't make it right. I don't agree with it. Um, I don't have a problem with putting the swastikas on models and stuff like that, but I wouldn't equate the two in the same category. Not even close. All right, we can call this one done too. But I'm not necessarily somebody who's looking for symbols of controversy everywhere I look. I don't look at the Union Jack and go, "Oh, those guys were imperialist fuckers that kept brown people down in India." I just don't see it. I mean, yes, it happened, but that's not my initial, you know, that's not my go-to thing. You know, there's lots of bad things that get done by this country even to this day, and I don't think about that stuff when I see an American flag. Well, I think this is officially now taking way too freaking long. But it's either that or it's going to look shoddy. By the way, that's meant as a D&D backstory, not angular genealogy. Yeah, no, I'm not related to zebras. Yeah, I didn't catch the backstory reference, but it might be a D&D thing. You know, I only played D&D a couple times. I have really fond memories of a couple things. One of them is that module called the Keep on the Borderlands. I always keep saying that I think that would be a wonderful miniatures game. And as a matter of fact, I was in the store about a year ago and I saw that they rebound them in like several of the old modules, and I have fond memories of that. I don't know why. That hermit that would backstab people. And you know, the ultimate baddie in the Borderlands was a Minotaur, and I'm a fan of Minotaurs. I mean, I wouldn't want a child with one, you know. But they're pretty cool. Cool looking baddie. And I honestly don't understand the difference between, you know, D&D, AD&D, 3rd edition, Pathfinder, 5th, you know, I don't know. I know that somehow D20 crept into there, and, you know, D&D to me was the different dice, you know, a D4, D6, D8, D12, D20. Might not even had D20 back when I played. So I don't understand all that kind of stuff. And I don't need to understand it because I just, you know, doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense to me. And we played a little Twilight 2000 way back in the day. That one was percentile, I think. Phoenix Command. There's an anal retentive system. Sold my Phoenix Command books. I got them for the data on the vehicles. I was going to make my own rules. I sold that, and I got rid of my copy of Final Combat 2. It's just makes your head hurt reading it. It's a little too disjointed. Trying to learn it from scratch. I don't know. Moral of the story is avoid Soviet vehicles that have barrels on them that'll need to be trimmed. It's not a problem. It just takes a while. It's either that or later on you're going to be wishing you'd done it. It's still better than if it was made of white metal. All right. And these should be unidirectional, or maybe I said that wrong. They should be able to go both ways, so I can put the uglier side towards the inside. Whew. All right. You know, diesel's not as flammable, but man, diesel stinks. Of course, gas stinks too. You know that thing that goes around on Facebook or whatever? Actually, I'm going to ask this. Why not? Why not ask this, even though I don't have an answer to it? That thing that's on Facebook and it comes up ever so often. You know, an unusual smell that people don't find appealing, but yet appeals to you. What is it? I don't know that I have one. Latex house paint smells good, but I don't know that I'd want to be covered in it. You know, this doesn't smell bad, but there's somebody that I knew that had answered gasoline, and I'm like, what? How would, you know, gasoline smell good? The demonization of the symbols and traditions of a conquered people is common. Whew. The British band tartan and the kilt following the early Jacobite risings. Yeah. So I read one time, I don't know where it was, that the whole Irish green thing happened, okay? Because traditionally, and I don't know where this reference was, but I came across it. This is just too weird. I couldn't have made this up, and if I would have made it up, I would have made something a lot more interesting. Acetone. You like the smell of acetone? Okay, it's just like, I'm sure there's somebody out there who likes the smell of vinegar. I don't want to ever meet them. So traditionally, and I think I read that it was good old Henry VIII was fighting the Irish. And the traditional Irish color is yellow because of a pre-Christian God type thing. There was this yellow color. So he had banned people from wearing yellow, and I think that's where the green took off. I feel like I read somewhere that that's what it is. And then I extrapolated, well, that's why they created probably the whole mythos that yellow is a color of coward, because the Irish are going to fight, hit and run. I mean, they traditionally don't wear shoes in combat. So, you're not going to stand in a line. You're going to fight irregularly. And they're like, oh, well, let's stand and fight, you coward. And I'm sure that's where the yellow being the sign of cowardly came from. I've just extrapolated that a little bit, but it makes sense. But that's interesting, things like that maybe you're not. Let's see where this meets the back of this. It meets it right there. All right, well, let's just put it on this piece and we don't have to worry about it. Although I'm not really a fan of that because it can drip down the side, but as long as we don't touch it, we should be okay. Yeah, they had like a pre-Christian deity that was like a sun god or something like that, and that's why the traditional Irish color was yellow. And Henry VIII and his infinite wisdom decided to ban them from wearing that color and gave them green instead. They probably gave themselves green since their island is so verdant. Ah, today's word is verdant. Oh, I skipped the most delicate of all parts. This is going to be a challenge, popping these things out. Challenge accepted. Both sides F4, so there should be 2 here, and there should be 2 there, and they have them. All right, we need to put some of this underneath because it's lifted off of this. And I don't want to cut into this and then put undue pressure on it. And now once it's off here, now its weight will be carried over by this. It's not an issue. You just do the same thing on this side. I've actually never done this before, and it seems to work okay. Two down, 2 to go. This stuff's actually really handy to have around. As I like to call it, stick 'em. Nice barrel, 1 piece. Uh-oh. Well, that was F4, so where the hell are the other F4s? Because these are different numbers. Aha. You joker tried to trick me. I love the smell of malt vinegar, diesel, petrol, and pipe tobacco. Pipe tobacco smells good. Diesel and petrol. Wow. Tequila. Tequila smells great. Shit, I could be having scotch right now. I don't need it. I need to drink scotch at work. I love to talk about drinking, but I rarely drink. And it's a shame because I am a much more pleasant individual. You can ask anybody. I didn't think about drinking last night. I could have. You know, have some vodka in my little shot glass. I had that nagging, which by the way, I don't have it today, so it went away. Maybe I just inadvertently had this damn chair up too high and I was extra crooked and that just was enough to, it went away easy enough as it was, but I had to basically sit there and like look at the television and like make a point to like look up at like 45 degrees to re-stretch out my discs. Seems to be a lost custom in Australia, but I grew up with love of chips and malt vinegar. I don't hate the smell of it. It doesn't do anything for me taste-wise. I just absolutely hate the smell of ketchup. I absolutely freaking... Somebody be on the other side of the room, if I smell that, I freaking can't stand it. And I think it's the mixed... I'm looking, okay, well, what's in it that I can't stand? Like, it's not tomatoes. I like everything tomatoes, real tomatoes, tomato sauce. That's not the problem. I think it's the white vinegar that's in it and sugar. And I think those two things mixing together is just a horrible smell. I cannot stand it. You know, of a common thing. I mean, obviously there's uncommon things that smell terrible that everybody can agree on, but cocktail sauce, no problem with cocktail sauce. I like it. No problem with barbecue sauce. It's just freaking ketchup. And I won't eat something with it on it. I'll throw it out the damn window. And I don't like wasting food, but I'm not eating ketchup. That's how my wife feels about mustard, your yellow mustard. I don't put yellow mustard on anything, but if it has it, I'm okay with it. But it is a bit too powerful. I can't think of anything that is unusual that I like the smell of it. I have this gun cleaning solution. Not that I use it very often. It smells like whiteout. It smells actually pleasant. I don't know if I'd want my whole house smelling like it, but it's pretty pleasant smelling. I can't think of anything else. There's more smells I dislike than ones I like. I'm like, it's difficult when I have to buy a perfume for my wife because there's so many out there that are just drive me up the wall. In the other direction, smells that most people love, and I can't stand coffee. Coffee, okay, I'm gonna be honest with you, this doesn't taste great. But man, coffee smells wonderful. I mean, it really, really does. Yeah, that is unusual. Just about everybody likes the smell of coffee, whether or not they drink it or not. Well, you know, we're all programmed differently. Whether it's by nature or design. But yeah, pretty unusual to not like the smell of coffee. As long as you don't prefer acetone to coffee, you'll be all right. What's wrong with you, boy? Yeah, I would agree. Just about everybody likes the smell of coffee, even non-coffee drinkers. Well, I really can't think of something that I like the smell of that most people don't. I'm sure there is. So deodorants. Yeah, I like to say I like to say that if I pick out a cologne or something like that, or a perfume or whatever, usually a cologne, if I like it, the person I'm with also likes it as well. But I'm really really difficult. Like I rarely wear cologne just because I'm at work. I'm not gonna put cologne on to go to work. I mean, if I'm going somewhere fancy, sure, but you know, cologne was made to cover up not showering, and I shower every day whether I need to or not, and you need to. But I don't like musky smelling things. So anything that's like sandalwood, musk, rose. Obviously, not gonna have cologne with rose in it. I just, it's too pungent for me. So I always have to have something that's clean, stuff that smells like a cruise ship, like a cruise. That's the stuff that I like. They make this stuff in Ireland. I don't know if they make it in Ireland, but it's this Irish stuff that my daughter got. She was in a Irish store in Universal Studios or something like that, and it's the scent that is just freaking amazing, and it's called Innis, Ninis, and I'm like, damn it, you confiscated that, and my wife should have gotten that one. That smells wonderful, and it's super clean. Speaking of smells in the Irish, no, I'm not going where you think I'm going. As a kid, I used to love Irish Spring soap, and I can't use that because since I have psoriasis, that would just destroy my skin. I would turn into one big flake, unfortunately. I unfortunately have to travel with my own soap because otherwise I'll just get super itchy. It's nothing, I can't deal with. I'll just be uncomfortable. Unfortunately. Okay, there's those grab handles. Quick build kit my ass. All right, I gotta go to the little boy's room. Let me check the phone, make sure I don't have a message. Okay, I'll be right back. Speaking of soaps and stuff I can't use anymore, my 50s have been a sign of things that freaking change that I don't really care for. I had to switch the deodorant I was using. I've used the same deodorant for like 25 years. It just stopped working. It was like a 48-hour deodorant, and I never smell there, and I refuse to ever have that smell. And I'm like, it looks like I'm not applying. It's like a 48-hour deodorant, not an antiperspirant. And I would apply it. I'd come home from work, shower, put on deodorant, sleep, go to work the morning, put on deodorant again, come home, so I'm putting it on twice a day. It just wasn't working anymore. I guess my pH changed or something like that. So, and I've always had a problem. I never had a problem with any deodorant that right off the shelf that would work. It was just a matter of whether I actually liked the smell. And so I had to switch deodorant, and then on the next one I went to, worked, but man, it just irritated the hell out of my armpits. And it didn't have any aluminum or anything like that. So I had to stop using that one, and I went to this other one, the one I'm using now, which works better than any single thing I've ever seen ever work. I don't even put it on at night, and I don't smell. It's pretty amazing. However, there's always a catch, isn't there? However, it causes me to itch. And I went to the dermatologist on Friday, and I mentioned it to her, and I'm like, what's going on? She's like, you don't itch all the time? I said, no. Just sometimes it just starts itching. So if you've caught me, like sometimes I get, and it's sometimes when I don't even have it on. So it's somehow it's created, and my armpits get irritated, but it's not too much information. This is cool. I don't mind talking about this. Maybe it's something you guys can, a problem you already have. So I end up, I'm just going to power through it. And I think if I can just mentally say I'm not going to scratch there, I don't get irritated at all. But it'll go, and I'll be like itchy for like 5 minutes, and then it'll go away for damn near all day long. But it's weird. It's weird that it does that. But the stuff works freaking amazing. It's freaking expensive as shit. But it actually, I would pick out deodorant. I'm like, which smell do I like? Because they all worked, right? But yeah, that's not the case anymore. Damn it. Damn changing human body. So, and I just refuse to have that. There's no excuse to be stinky. A BO. Okay, this is the ones. Okay, the ones are this piece and that piece. So we'll put those two guys on there. Yeah, so I would not game with people if they were stinky, non-deodorant wearing, stinky gamer people. That's just unacceptable. I think all you guys just fell asleep. Sorry. Sorry about that. Quick build kit my ass. How long have we been on here? 2 hours? And it just takes time if you're going to do things correctly. It just does. Okay. We got those. Then we have E11 and E12, which are the exhaust ports on the top here. You're munching on Yorkshire pudding. was the genius that called something spotted dick? Like, yeah, I don't want to put that in my mouth. Let's see what this looks like. I'm probably not going to like it. Because to me, pudding is always something sweet. There's no meat in pudding. I don't want to eat a meat item with a spoon. It's weird. But what does this look like? So far, so good. Okay, what's it made out of? Yorkshire. That looks like the center of a freaking Danish. And if it tastes like that, that's amazing. I love the center of a freaking Danish. You need a whole Danish that's made of the center of the Danish. Like donut hole Danishes. So the whole thing is just that, well, wouldn't hold together. I was thinking Yorkshire pudding was one of the meat puddings that you guys make with all kinds of things that you're not supposed to put in your mouth. No, Yorkshire pudding, no problem. Looks pretty good too. Uh-oh, it's Transom Light 30. As it turned to a pile of ashes. Yeah, I tan too well to be a vampire. Then you won't like white, mealy, or black pudding. Absolutely not black pudding. No. No, and I've had it before. What did I do wrong? That's like, no, I'm not going to go there because I'm sure you like it, but that's stuff that would get served to you at at an internment camp. We'll leave it at that. I'm actually pretty good about trying different things. I always was. My mom was difficult about making me eat everything on my plate, and you know, the as an adult, that actually comes in handy. But keep in mind, I'm used to eating everything on my plate from this country. There's customs in other countries that I just don't agree with, including my motherland. They eat things in Spain that I'm not putting in my mouth. You know, like Lebrains and stuff like that. No, I'm not. I don't like meat that much. Sorry. But one time my mom tricked me, and they had blood sausage, and I didn't know what it was. And I will never forget that horrible, horrible taste, regardless of whether or not it's disgusting of what it's made out of. I just don't like, the taste is horrible. So anything that's like that, anything irony, not a fan. Yeah, that one goes there. I mean, I don't even like gamey meats. Yeah, see, this has a tiny little part that can't be cleaned up because there's nowhere to grab it. So after it's glued, we can come in with a sharp X-Acto and clean that up, and it'll work just fine. That's what I did with a couple of parts on the Panzer IV. It's not a problem. Then it's secure really well. Full breakfast with white pudding, best start to the day. No, I don't think I'd like that. Nope, I'll pass. And those beans you guys have for breakfast. No, I like beans, but I don't like baked beans. I don't like those things. All the other beans are cool. But I'm a spoiled American, so, Not my fault. I was born here. E9. I will tell you one thing, though. The one thing about Americans. As a general rule, they're very accepting of flavors from other cultures. As a general rule. I saw a Reddit thing that was sent to me because I sometimes get notifications, and they're part of groups that I'm not necessarily a member of. I think one of them is like no stupid questions or something like that. And somebody had posed a question. It was just a question in the first answer. The question was, does English food always taste bad? And the first answer was, yes, if made correctly. Just I was reading that. I was like I was somewhere by myself and I read it and I busted out laughing. Did your mom ever serve you callos madrileños? No. No, but my real mom passed away when I was 4, so I like to say that I never met her. She was born in Cuba, and so was my dad. And they came over in 1960 because, communism sucks. As I'm building communist vehicles. Hey, I build bad guy shit. That's why I like the Eastern Front. Which dickhead do you want to be? The one led by the short guy with the mustache, or the other one led by the short guy with the mustache? So there's a lot of Spanish food that I don't eat, that I've never eaten, and there's just different things that you just don't eat. So my stepmom is from Mexico, and the weirdest thing she ever made me eat was tongue. And actually, her mom prepared it, and it was actually taste-wise, it's okay. You just don't want to look at it while it's being prepared, if you know what I'm saying. But taste-wise, it's okay. But as an American, we are excruciatingly spoiled. And I know this. We're excruciatingly spoiled by the apparent this isn't proper English, non-gross lookingness of the things that we put in our mouth. Sanitary, clinically, apparently clinically looking it just, we don't have open air markets where there's just, meat with faces on it hanging. I'm like, I love pork, but I kind of get creeped out when I see a pig with a face on it and I'm eating it. It's just something I'm not used to culturally. Just like you guys aren't used to people walking around with guns. It's just a cultural thing. Yeah, I don't eat food with faces. It's just weird, and that's just part of our sanitized culture. It's rare to go to a restaurant here in the United States and get fish, and the fish is completely on your plate with the eye on it all shriveled up and stuff. I mean, that probably doesn't bother me, but it's just something you don't see in this culture. Maybe in some places, but as a general rule, you don't see that. And it's just from just the way things are here, Yeah, so it's a cultural thing. E5 on both sides, that these guys right here. Well, I was really worried about these pieces being brittle, but putting this little goopum behind them, stickum behind it, as I like to call it, seems to be carrying enough of its weight that it's not going to break on me, because of course it's lifted off of the surface, and I don't want to need something that gives it some resistance. So when we went to New York City, there was a Spanish restaurant that I wanted to go to, and it was kind of like a stood at the bar kind of place. It was like a big place that had lots of tapas, and they have a little area that had meats, and another area that had cheeses, another area had so it was almost Epcot looking, in that it was very appealing. And I looked at the menu, and there was a lot of things on the menu that I thought were either really risky or things I don't eat. So it was actually more difficult to kind of just to navigate that. But we're just not used to that in our culture, you know? Don't know if you guys knew that, but, you know, we don't generally eat food with faces. We don't usually digest food with faces. There you go. And I'm not saying you can't do it. It takes some getting used to. You know, just like you guys probably couldn't handle somebody open carrying a firearm. Not that you can do that in Florida, but I'm just saying I don't freak out. You know, if you're pointing at me, that's different. But I'm just saying, you know, I don't freak out about guns. Yeah, one of the weird things when I first went to Chile, intellectually, was horse meat. Walking past a carniceria, equino, was just strange. Yeah, I just saw you on. How long are you streaming for this morning? Until I get a neck ache. Or until the girls come home. So I'll be on here a while. Man, you missed all the good conversations. You missed a conversation about what war band are you a member of? I would imagine that horse tastes gamey. I don't know why I'm thinking that, but I would think that horse would taste gamey, which means I wouldn't enjoy it. I don't like gamey meat. I just don't. You know, I'm a big fan of Greek food, okay? And I don't mind, I don't like the taste of lamb. I can eat it, but what do I have to? You know? I just don't like the gamey taste. So when you have a gyro, I won't order that right off the bat if I don't know what mixture their meat is, because sometimes it just tastes too gamey. I don't enjoy it. It's not like it's going to make me sick. It's not like I'm, you know, I feel sad for the cute little creature. It's just that I just don't like the taste of it. Yeah, I've said before, if I have to hunt my own animal, I'd be a vegetarian. Oh, I'd mess up some fish. I'm absolutely non-sympathetic to fish. I don't know why, but it's not like we're eating dolphin or something like that. You know, the mammal. No, it's not gamey. It's strange to describe. It's like beef but sweeter. It's nice. Huh. So why is there an aversion to eating it? Is it because there is a historical, social, boy, I'm making up all kinds of shit. A historical, and I'm not even drinking, a historical camaraderie between men and horses that you would not, the same reason you wouldn't eat a dog. You know, you don't eat a dog because, the companionship thing. I get it. I mean, other than it would probably taste horrible too, I'm guessing. The same reason you wouldn't eat a person. You wouldn't digest a person. I keep having to correct myself on that. I don't know what I'm getting at. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why that is. It's probably a mixture of things. Used to be really expensive to have a horse, so why would you destroy something that's really expensive? And only people of a certain nobility had horses, and you're like, we wouldn't. Why would you do that? I mean, it's sort of a mixture of different things. I remember going to Valkenburg in the Netherlands on a school trip in 1977. The first meal we had was horse soup. We only found out what it was when someone asked what the meat was afterwards. Horse was no different to beef. It's better not to ask what something's made of, maybe. E6, both sides. All right, let's find E6. E6, bingo. There's both of these. Weird to go on a school trip to another country. I guess your countries are so close together. I mean, be like, hey, we're going on a school trip. Where? Chile. I mean, that's a bit far. So our European cruise thing got canceled by the cruise line. But it happened far enough in advance that I'm not upset about it. And there's something kind of relieving about not being gone for that long. So we're trying to figure out what else we're going to do. We're going to go to Europe. It's long overdue. I've never been. And it was actually our own trip, and like everybody in the family like jumped on board. And everybody that was going with us had already been to Europe, and I was getting kind of pissed off about it. Like, look, you fuckers, you've already been here, and you're going to be like, I don't want to go there. That place sucks. Well, I haven't been there, okay? Like, if I'm going on a European cruise and it stops, in Italy and stuff, I'm going to go to Herculaneum or Pompeii. I don't care if it sucks. I got to go there. That may be the only time I go there. So I'm kind of relieved that I'm going to take a trip without a bunch of know-it-alls that have already done things. But they got this idea that, oh, well, maybe we should go to South America. And I will not go to South America before I go to Europe. The idea of it pisses me off. Like, it's farther than Europe. I didn't come from freaking South America. I came from Europe. Why can't I go to freaking Europe? So, we'll see. But I'm not going to freaking South America before I go to Europe. And I haven't traveled as much as I can. It's too difficult to take time off of work. It's too freaking difficult. It is a chore to take a week off. And you can't go on a big trip like that and only take a week off. That's a 2-weeker. It's impossible. Maybe if I fake COVID or something like that. I don't know. It's impossible to get time off and come back and it'd just be a nightmare. You know, my parents have been to Spain 4 times, and I haven't been once. I'm like, you know, well, they did it when I was already working. I can't take off work. I can't take off for that long. I got nobody to cover me. So you got nobody to cover you. You have a disaster when you get back. I'm like, I'd rather just not leave. And we travel very different than the way I grew up. I like the idea of this weld cement. By the time you're done, it's all one piece. All the pieces shall become one. Pretty cool in concept. So far, no issues with the fit and finish. Okay. That drawing's done. It's piece 7. Now we get to do the boomba, the business end. One cannon of unusual size. 152 HE. Although I understand the difficulty of being away from work can cause travel while you're young enough to enjoy it before you start getting age-related health issues. Yeah. It's just too difficult. It is just way too difficult. And the other thing that's really annoying is everybody's like, you know, especially since the whole, in recent years, everybody has like all this free time, it seems like. And I'm like, we've been busier and 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 busier. Like, I can't wait for a freaking recession. Although I don't know that we're going to get one anytime soon. I swear every year we're busier at work. And I don't have that many days off, and I have a hard time taking them. Not if I do, you know, one day at a time and stuff, but you just get punished for taking off. You got to do all this shit in advance, got to fix everything when you come back. It's just... Luckily, when I'm not at work, I don't think about the place at all, ever. That's why I'm not in the insane asylum on the back of a milk carton. Do they still have milk cartons? I don't know. But the time off is a real big problem. Not from my wife. She has more time off than I do and can work from mobile locations. I can't do that. It's just not conducive. So, you know, when I hear people like, oh, I got lots of time off because of the pandemic, or, you know, I can work from home or whatever, I get, like, bitter. I'm bitter about that. Like, I would just like to work from home one day in my fucking life ever. So... Nice barrel. E1. That's this big old thing. So what happens then is, when I go on vacations for any long length of time, meaning a week normally, I've never taken a vacation longer than a week. There's so much stress that goes into getting ready to leave on vacation that I feel like I don't ever unclench until my vacation's over. Like, it doesn't hit me. That and all the pandemic stuff where it's like, oh, we don't have this anymore. Oh, we canceled this, or, and I mean at last minute. I don't mean, cruise canceled 6 months out. I'm perfectly fine with that. It's not like I got my hopes up or anything. And I even said, I don't know if you noticed on this feed, it's like, if we're going on a European cruise, if we get to go. I think I said that every time, and sure enough, it wasn't, we're not going for the reason I didn't think we were going. The cruise line just decided to relocate the ship or whatever. So, well, this fits in there nicely. Oh, who gives a shit about the breech on the back? Oh, because they have this obsession with the frickin' rotate of lowering and raising the turret. Who cares about that? I'm gonna glue all that shit in place. It's a Soviet vehicle. It's not like it's got that much depression to begin with. Notoriously poorly depressing tanks, vehicles. Let's see if we can get a little closer than that. I got to decide whether I'm going to go play tomorrow night. I don't think I'm going to. I'm just not feeling it. It's difficult to get excited about going to play on the most difficult night for me. It's the most inconvenient night it could possibly be. I've also not had the girls here for like a whole week where it would not have been inconvenient for them. And now when they're back, it's the first day back, and that's when I'm gaming. So I don't think I'm going to go. It's just, again, it's I need to be able to leave on time so I can get there before everybody gets there so I don't hold anybody up. But it's the busiest day, and man, this is late. I don't know if I'm going to get on time. It's all that shit that's going on that's just like, it's just easier if you have a busy day just to say I'm not going to go. So. I'm about ready to just game on weekends. It doesn't have to be every weekend. It's not like I'm going to take up the whole, you can't do anything. Why? It's a gaming Saturday. No. But just like I'm going to game when it's convenient for me. I don't need a game every week. I need to do this every other day. I don't need a game every week. Especially this time of year, where it's freaking hot as shit. And I spend all day long in a too hot environment to go and do that also on my free time. It's just like a nuisance. So. Okay, this goes like this. We're going to glue that thing in place. Well, hold on a second. Let's see how this fits on here. Yeah, the conflict of schedules, the polar opposite of schedules between Mitch and I, are just, it's really grated on me. So he's a great guy, but man, he's got the wrong freaking days off compared to me. You know, like, okay, girls are off. I can play at any time. Oh, I'm not available. Okay, because you went out of town too. You know, it's. Oh well, it's not a big deal. But at least I don't tell people at the last minute, hey, I'm not going to be there. You know, at least one day in advance, so you can plan accordingly. Because the last thing I like is surprises. Yep, that one goes like that. This one goes like this. I don't know why they have detail for the little rivets in there. It's going to be hidden inside here somewhere. I will game and do things when it is relaxing and doesn't cause stress. If it causes stress, I'm just not going to do it. I'm just not interested in it. Oh yeah, by the way, it's almost been to the next convention and the results of the last DBA event still aren't up. The guy was going to take over, make everything better. Yeah, that didn't exactly work that way. Not my circus, not my monkeys. I'll put it up at a little bit of an. It's actually an attractive vehicle. Okay. It is an attractive vehicle. All right, we have the barrel cleaners. Put this down as well. Check my phone. As my girl's supposed to be leaving South Florida, and I'm gonna send her a text. I'm notorious for tattling on myself. Not really tattling, but always saying, "Okay, I'm on my way home. I'm on my way doing this." Like I've got, like it's my mom or something, and she don't do the same thing. When you Leaving. Watch your heart to be on the way. Which is something I would never do. Okay. Let's trim this little guy down. Let's close this up. This might take a little bit of time. And she's had my daughter for a whole week, several days to herself. So she's probably want to come home, not want to do anything. That's me guessing. Wow, it's interesting that the cleaning kit actually overlaps onto behind the barrel here. That's kind of unusual. Okay, and we have this little flap that sits on. You know, there's some nice detail on here. Almost looks like something that's got like 6 bolts on there, like a filter for like an oil change. And yet there's this flap that goes over that, and all that nice detail is covered up. That's kind of sad. Stupid communists. Let's not get too close, and then just rotate this down. And then we can come in. That looks nice. Okay, so the points where it's going to meet is the bottom of this and these 2 little latches. Okay. Uh-oh, what is this option? Of do a horn or some kind of a light there? Oh, crap. I didn't want to look at photos to see which one's more common than the other. 2 different kind of horns. All right. I'm going to look SU-152 at Kursk and see if I get a front picture of it. SU-152 at Kursk. Yep, sure enough, she already left. I'm going to start doing that shit to her. Yes. This whole week, I'm not going to call her while I'm on my way home. See if she notices. I just do it so if there's like some surprise, oh yeah, so-and-so's here, I don't get surprised. I do it for my own sake. Okay, SU-152 at Kursk. All right, well, I'm going to be... We're going to stop at 11 for sure. Images. All right, good. Look at the front here. This whole freaking not having glasses on thing sucks. It doesn't look like it's got either one of the two on that one. I'm looking for a horn or the other thing. Okay, here's one here. Holy shit. Oh man, that panther took it. Remains of a panther that got hit by an ISU-152. They weren't there. It's an SU-152 at the Battle of Kursk. Oh, I gotta show you guys this. Oof. Panther dead. All right, let's see if I can bring this up on the screen here. This is what 152 millimeter HE will do to you. Let's go to image. What image is on here? Oh, okay, it's the one off the KVs. All right, let's put this. Look at this thing. Ouch! Ouch! I don't see either one of these two things on the front. I should have a lot of different markings for them. Kind of cool. Okay, so one item is the standard horn, and the other one is this other thing. I'm going to go ahead and do the tube one, because if I don't like it, that one's easier to remove. If I later find evidence of it, this one's easier to deal with. Okay, and that is the bottom hole. All right, that's the bottom hole there. Okay, and above it, we have E13. Oh shit, did this thing get bent? It did. Well, that's a problem. I don't know how that got bent. I didn't even cut there. All right, well, we just need it to last just a little longer. We get it into place. Let's see if we can get away with this. Part of it touches the hole also, so as long as it's gets a decent purchase on there, it should be able to work. I don't want to use tweezers and this thing go flying. All right, now we just need to twist this back. There we go. That's good. All right. We did that. We did this. Okay. All right, let's go back to this screen. It got wrecked. That'll buff out. Yep, you got some crispy Nazis in there. And that's it. That's the whole sheboygan. So these extra parts here must be for the KV85. Okay, is there anything in here? Yes, there's that one piece 14. We're going to take these 3 sprues. The instructions go with the instruction package. Actually, the decals are still the decals. This goes in a sewing box of extra stuff. Works better if I put it in the right one. It's this one. Okay. Let's see what it looks like next to an ISU 122 by PST. You know, it's not the same hull. They're just cousins. Because this is a KV based and this is a JS based. Okay. that took forever. Almost 3 hours to build a simple kit. Well, we don't have 3 hours left. So what can we knock out? That's relatively easy. I want to build the other trunker thing. Yag Tiger. I did an unboxing on this thing already. Just gonna be put together when. This has rubber band track, and the nicest freaking rubber band track I've ever seen. It's super elastic, so we'll see. This thing looks small. It looks very, very narrow. It looks very, very narrow. I don't know what the problem is with that. I also unboxed the King Tigers from Pegasus. See how the hole compares. I guess it's about the same. Although I read that this is actually supposed to be like a lengthened hull. A little bit. It's just a width issue. Oh well. Yeah, I'd rather work with this plastic than the Pegasus. I don't like the Pegasus plastic. It's just, it's scary. It's scary. Let's go ahead and turn this image off. All right. This has Zimmerit on it. Oh, shit. All right, I gotta take this phone call. So let's... Yes, I'll call you in just a second. I'm going to disconnect here, and of course the image will probably not move. And I will be back shortly. Let's see how quickly we can reconnect this. Might be as easy as just plug it in and we're good to go. I think it somehow works that way sometimes. No. Okay, we need to come in here and we need to tap the Droid Cam. I think that'll do it. Yeah, it's actually really easy. It's actually a pain in the ass to reconnect it every morning. Like, you plug it in and like it can't find the damn camera. It's directly connected to it. If you've never done this, if you've never tried to use your phone as a camera, which is a damn good camera, it's probably a better camera than most cameras if you've got a modern phone. It's not as easy as just plug it directly and it'll know that it's a camera and go. No, you got to go like round your elbow to get to your ass. It's really a bit annoying. Okay, the Yagtiger. All right. Yeah, I got about an hour and 5 minutes. And that's just so I can get the other stuff that I need to do and not be rushed. Rule number 1 on the weekend, don't get rushed. Okay, sprocket wheel. Hold on a second. Let me take a look at something. I don't know if I can get this. I don't know if I can get this done in an hour. I don't want to stop in the middle. Let me look at the King Tiger. All right, change of pace. We're going to do the King Tiger because I can get one of these done in an hour. And I'm not going to rush something just to get it done. We'll do one Chinese model instead of the other Chinese model. But so far, really liking the trumpeter stuff. Okay, this shiny bastard. All right. One hull. One of those. One of these. Man, this stuff is brittle. Do you have a turret? Nope. One turret. One bottom hull. And one cheapest printed looking instructions ever. Let's change this a little bit, the angle. Sorry about that. Sorry about the tease. We'll do the Yagtiger soon. Could there be... I mean, why even put instructions? Why even put instructions? I had a chance of getting the Revell Tiger one, and it wasn't a Porsche one. If it was a, well, you know, the pre-production turret one. If it had been a pre-production turret one, I would have picked it up. But I'm just like, I don't want to pay 25 bucks for one when I can pay 12 for two. It's literally like 12 bucks. And sure, the Revell one's a lot nicer. No doubt about it. Yeah, it's absurd. It's like I made this at home in my drawing class, you know. Hey, this thing's wrong. It doesn't look like the tanks that were in Battle of the Bulge. The movie Battle of the Bulge. It doesn't look that big, honestly. It doesn't look that much bigger than a Panther. I don't like plastic that's super shiny. And this plastic's super shiny. minimalist track detail. A little bit of flash right there. This shiny plastic almost gives the impression that the glue's not going to work on it. No, I did not wash the parts in the sink. I've never done that. I don't plan on ever doing that. That's one anal retentive thing too far. Hey, I gotta cut some corner. That's the corner I decided to cut. Looks like the Pegasus plastic just gray. Yep. Is it brittle? Seems like it. It's shiny as shit, man. It almost looks like a Matchbox car shiny. One of your other streams, you were saying you wish more tabletop games went digital. Absolutely. Have you tried Field of Glory 2 PC game? I've played it a lot. I played it quite a bit with a DBA player that I know professionally. I've never met him, but I never interacted with him in DBA a lot. And we had lots of games. It just keeps me from doing other stuff. It's okay. There's some things I think that it handles really well. It handles most things really well. There's a couple things I don't like about it. Mainly that you don't really have a general. I mean, you do, but he's not there. It's weird. It's like a weird disconnect between it. It's done pretty well. It has... I played it quite a bit. I've probably played 100 games of it. I see no point in playing it against the computer. It's just not satisfying enough. I'd just rather do something else. Oh, really? This is the one we get the bad crack on? All right, well, we'll use a little bit of filler. Fuck it. Got used to the other plastics, not this one. It's actually really minimal. I may or may not even fix it. Battle damage. It's more noticeable because of the color difference on it. Don't start with me. This goes on. It doesn't even tell you to put these other road wheels on the front of it. What shitty instructions. What shitty instructions. There's obviously other rotor wheels that go on the front of this to make this work. One there, one there, one there, one there, one there. And they're not even shown on there. I guess maybe the people that work for Pegasus are flunkies that don't work for the other company. But yet, I'd be surprised if things don't go together really smoothly. And sure enough, I mean, the front goes together like a few other kits do. Wow. Well, I'm going to glue those. I'm going to glue those things on before I get too carried away. It doesn't even tell you about the sprocket wheels either, or the idler wheels. It doesn't even show the exhaust going in there. Definitely, this takes the cake for the shittiest instructions I've ever seen on a model kit. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. God, it's so brittle. All right, let's cut way out here. You know, if I'm going to bend over and pick up a road wheel, might as well pick up two. As I like to say, it's a weekend. I don't get paid to bend over today. There's one. And there's the other. Okay, you are Garbaggio. There you are. I'm going to cut them all out. It's weird. It's a weird, super, ultra, duper shiny. If I hadn't built several of these, and I'll be honest, some of the nicest, I need to stop saying I'll be honest with you. It sounds like I'm a liar. I'm lying to you all the time unless I say I'm going to be honest with you. But I'm a liar, so I'm lying to you then too. No, if I hadn't put several of these together and painted several of these, and they don't come out looking really good, I would be really skeptical at this point that this would be worth a damn. Because this is slippery as shit. You know. It's slippery as shit. We're going to use... Oh, how'd you get stuck in there? We're going to use this. That gets it pretty close. But man, that Armor Fast plastic, holy smokes. That is a blessing. It just sands so quickly. And the funny thing is when I broke that thing open, I swear I was working on Eschi plastic figures. Not even the Airfix ones, the Eschi ones that are like super rubbery. But I can't wait to do more of them. But I'm not going to do any more Panzer 4Ds. 2 of them's plenty of them. I'd do a pair of E's, but... Should do one for North Africa. No, I'm not going there. I just want to see what it looks like on the African ground. The groundwork. Lots of hard little plastic kernels left over. But yeah, I wish there was more board games done on computer. I've played a few of them. I don't dislike board games. I just dislike going round and round in my brain and trying to figure out rules that may not be written the way that I would have written them. It's really unsatisfying. Really, really unsatisfying. And I just don't want to even interact with people that play a game that have never played it and want to argue about the rules. Like, can you not make it in law school? Oh, this is the harder one, isn't it? Yeah, pretty sure it's the harder one. This one. This is the one This is the one we've grown to love. Finger works really good to give enough resistance, but not too much when you're trying to sand things down. This one's going to actually need. Because they decided to make that part thicker without wanting it to. I haven't played much Field Glory 2, but I'm thinking about trying it out. Or I mean, getting more into it, yeah. It's pretty decent. I think the game's okay challenge-wise. It's certainly a more satisfying experience. I mean, it feels like you're playing a miniatures game. There's things about it that I like better than more traditional games. I don't like that it has no pips. You can basically do anything you want with any unit as long as you don't exceed their movement capacity and they're in good order. That's kind of a bummer. But there's a lot of things I do like about it. Eschi used to do a hard plastic set of Soviet infantry. Their 172nd version of the Airfix 132nd figures. The Eschi Soviet ones I got are super, super soft. I got some Japanese, believe it or not, that are really, really super soft. I still have them. They're right here, actually. Here's my bag of 172nd scale shit. Including things I painted more than a decade ago. Here's an Eschi Soviet guy. This is the old 1980s Tony. Oh, he's already gray. All right, I'll just paint the details on him. Yeah, that ain't gonna fly. But I think I am gonna paint the Desert Rats and the Africa Corps Airfix guys, and use them in a pinch for desert stuff. Although I am concerned about barrels like bending and shit like that. This guy has a lot of flash. But the Desert Rats / Africa Corps set's actually pretty decent. Decent looking. You know, one thing's annoying is when you got flash like this guy. This poor lad has flash all through the joint is right in the middle of his face. Like, how do you fix that? No pips is things you notice. Probably the worst thing about the game is that, and the fact that I've played a lot of games of it, and I don't know that I've really got my finger on what happens when you lose a general. It's not very significant. it's not like you have a big morale drop or anything. It might affect like rallying or something like that. So those really are the only two things that I would say that I have a gripe with it. It handles a lot of things better than DBA. Light cavalry, for instance, I think is handled really, really well. It feels like light cavalry. The medieval one, in particular, looks a lot better than the Ancients one. The Ancients one just a little generic. The medieval one has heraldry, and even though it's repetitive and sometimes not what I would have chosen for the nations involved. I just have a hard time getting excited about Sumerians. Sorry. Because we just don't know enough about them because of how they're painted. So a lot of it is just artistic license. And I do like some artistic license, but I don't like an entire army of artistic license. Because you got to paint two, So, okay, I got to make the other guys also kind of have a look to them. And, I was born to paint heraldry and Soviet writing on tanks and shit like that. That's what I get. That's the kick I get out of this hobby. You'd think, given tech advances, that by now there would be a surface treatment you could paint on to make plastic minis more durable. Yep. I find myself turning the points down lower so the turns don't take as long. If I was playing with another human, I would use a dice bot on Discord to house rule pips. Used to play board games with my Wednesday group. Since playing the same games offline during COVID, got used to not having to concentrate on scoring and other things. Prefer that. Yeah. So I discovered something interesting about Mitch I didn't know. And we're playing that Empire Express. That is a competitive points game, but I play it kind of like I'm playing my own cards with my own things. And he's playing a fuck your buddy game. And, yeah, he was like laying track just to screw me later on. I ended up not winning him the game, but I'm like, I called him on it. I was like, oh, you're playing kind of like a dickhead player. Okay. And, like in the middle of the game, not, last round so you can win the score kind of thing. That kind of caught me surprised. He wasn't an asshole about it, but I was just like, oh, you're being a little, you're trying to, you're not playing your game. You're trying to screw around with mine. Something that hadn't occurred to me to do in that game at all. Because a lot of it just depends on what loads you get. This is pretty piss poor model. Just saying. Oh, fuck you. Go blow away. This might have been one of the first ones they did. It's got all these joints that are fatter on the ends here, and you got to take them off. It'll end up being fine. It's just, this is more work than it should be. Yeah, it's like they joined it right there, and it's thicker than the rim, so you got to take some of that down, or it's going to look thicker when you look at it on the side. I mean, you probably wouldn't notice it, but I know it's there. Carcassonne. Use an example of a board game. Carcassone's a cool game. I hate doing the scoring in a real game. I actually have that on the console, and I've played it quite a bit. I haven't played it in a long time. But it handles all the scoring of the fields and shit correctly. And it also speeds up the gameplay. It's a pretty simple game, and if you're playing on the console, you can knock out a game in like 15 minutes easy. You know, kind of taking your time. What I can't understand is how a game like Catan is so popular. And that's like, I think I started playing that game and something happened where I had to leave, or I don't know, something happened. It was just a terrible game. I'll never play that again. It looks horrible. And most board games actually look pretty decent. That's not one of them. Carcassonne was a prime example you were thinking of. Yeah, the scoring on the field is a pain in the ass to do it right. I mean, it's easy to screw up, and you don't want to screw up. You know, that's unsatisfying to like, oh, I played, we had a good time, but I did it wrong. Yeah, and the scoring on the field sucks. It's a decent looking game. I almost bought it at one point. I'm glad I didn't. I have a solitaire game on the iPad that's made by, it's not even that company that makes them. I don't know, I'm going to remember, but it's like a French Revolution one. I forget what it's called. And I played it quite a bit. It's fun. It's a solitaire game. And as long as you get to make decisions. Alright, so these all are going to go on. Might as well take the two idlers and the sprockets as well. But I wish there was more games. Oh, I saw where you went, you motherfucker. But I'm not chasing you down right now. I'm grabbing you one from the other kid. In fact, I'd like to finish seeing what this thing is built before I gotta quit. I saw where you went. You went in a place that's going to be difficult to find you. It's in here it's in my catch-all. Yeah. Kind of hard to grab the part when you're using that other device. Easier to do it with this. I also don't like games that involve shuffling cards. I absolutely suck at it. And even tried watching videos to get better, and no. And just don't feel like you get good randomization. You slippery bastard. You gloss-coated Nazi. You gloss-coated Nazi tank. All right, you insolent instruction. I don't know why I even need this because it's not even put on here. All right, let's put the two idlers on first. They have locators. These will get to face down a pair of SU-100s that I already have done. I guess I should have done this piece of shit first before I did the trumpeter. No. There we go. Push that bastard in. I'm just going to stick with this side here. I feel like the BT and the T26 were much better than this one. I'm just going to do this whole side. Oh shit. Yeah, it's got to be this one. This doesn't have the detail showing. Where is the tweezer? There we go. Plastic that creaks. Make sure you put these wheels in before the idler, before the sprocket. That can't fit in the place it needs to because the wheel's in the way. All right, one side done. Bounces back up because this won't fit any further in. Well, that'll have to do. All right. God bless it. All right, this is a piece of shit. Don't buy this one, folks. Get him, Tony! Blast him! Got a response the other day from the hobby store that I wrote a bad report card on. And in typical Miami fashion, making up shit. Land of liars. Oh, we can't let you in the warehouse because it's a city of Miami ordinance. Like, bullshit. Well, I didn't buy nothing from you, so maybe they didn't care. What happened? This is the same hobby store you were talking about? I didn't want you there? Correct. They apparently were in a... If you look at them on Google, there's pictures of them having lots of kits and stuff. It's mainly a railroad store. But they had a lot of like kits and stuff. And I went on there and searched their catalog. And saw that they had a couple of 1/72nd scale stuff. They had like a Verbal Wind, and they had an SDK of Z7 half track. So I'm like, man, I want to go to a hobby store. When's the last time I went to a hobby store that like had stuff on the shelves? Well, so I went there. It took a while to find it. They closed like at 3 or something. All right, fuck you. Stop blowing. They closed like at 3, and so I went down there. It was a pain to find, and I'm really good with directions. It was a pain to find. This doesn't fit together well. This is a piece of shit. This is a piece of shit. And so anyways, so I get down there, and I walk in, and, you know, on the door, it doesn't even look like an entrance. But there's like, you know, stuff, Markland and all this kind of stuff, all this stuff that they carry. Nothing about this is only a warehouse. You can't shop here. I walk in and it's like a receptionist of like a dentist office, okay? And there's like one chair and like a hallway that leads to a door, and it's all enclosed. And there's 2 guys behind the counter looking at something on the computer like they're doing inventory or some shit like that. So I walk up and I'm like, am I in the right place? Yeah. I said, well, you don't have a store here? No, you can't go back there. You can't. I said, well, do you have anything? No, we don't have anything here for sale to the public. And I'm like, okay, well, it would have been, I wasn't even nasty to him. It's like, it would have been nice to update your website. I didn't even get into them because, you know, people in Miami are just dickheads all the time. So I'm like, I'll just move on. You know, it's been nice to save me all the freaking trouble and the hassle of the traffic to go down there. It's like, we can't have anybody in the warehouse because it's a city of Miami ordinance. Bullshit. It's Florida. Florida doesn't do bullshit things like that. Okay? I mean, unless it's like a broom closet, okay? And you have to, you know, suck face with the other guy that's in there and stand on his stand on his shoulders, you know. I don't care how tight of a warehouse it is. It's, you know, it's several years after COVID and it was Florida. None of that shit flies here. So, anyhow, fuck them. Customer no service. That's what I put on there. And I didn't even give them that nasty of a review. I was just basically like, you need to update your thing. So there's all these wonderful pictures of this place, and you get there and it's not that. All right. This does not make any sense. So we're going to glue this afterwards. Ay, ay, ay. Que mierda. That's what made King Tiger's great. The brutal armor. Okay. I guess we need to have this in place to put that in the right place. I guess it fits okay. There's just no... The angle doesn't match that. All right, I guess we're gonna have to glue this one in place. We can't do this afterwards. Oil that thing. You're still gonna move, aren't you? So the days of going to a hobby store are officially fucking over. Actually, when I went up north, the one that was in New York City was a really cool place to walk in. There was just nothing for me, but it was probably the tightest store I've ever been in. Oh, and there weren't any restrictions in that one. And you had to like, fornicate with a person in front of you if you're going to go through the same aisle. You're going to put a smile on their face. So, yeah, bullshit. Got to get going. Streaming tonight. I don't know. It depends. I would be surprised if I am, but if I get a chance to, you can bet I will. Because I got a lot to do, and I like doing this. Even with instructions that fly away. So, and it's just this Pegasus kit. It must be like the first one that they did. Well, at least it wasn't expensive. This is going to be a job for epoxy or super glue. This is not a good fit at all. We're going to attempt to do it with regular glue, though. Yeah, I try to stream as much as I can. And I don't really enjoy doing this without you guys around. This keeps me on track. And I don't know, maybe it's mildly entertaining for you guys as well. I don't know. But I don't really enjoy working on this. Looks like I solved my neck ache thing. I had this thing at 2 inches too high and it gave me a... Go figure. Learn something new every day. Okay, that one's gonna go like this. All right, we got a big Bubba Rand here, don't we? There's a red bastard floating around here somewhere. Well, it was here yesterday until I cleaned my area. No, I know where. I think I know where they're at. They're right here. These are too small. I think. Ooh, cover your eyes. What do I know? No instructions on anything to put on the turret. Piss poor. All right. Is this safe to put on here? Don't tell me I can't fit it on there now. And I'll pop it off. That's fine. I'll glue you on later. I don't really... Yeah, fine, I'll glue you guys on later. I don't really want to make it so that I can't take it apart because it makes painting so much easier. You fuckers are getting epoxied in. And that'll be the last we'll hear of your ass. I can't wait until an SU-100 just rapes your ass. All right, we'll let that percolate, move those sprocket wheels off to the side. A 14-year-old would have thrown this across the room. Okay. The machine gun that goes. All right, this gets installed from the inside. Test fit this. Everywhere I turn, this thing's a piece of shit compared to everything else. Well, we'll fill that in with putty. Poor fit. This must be the first one they did, honestly. That's probably what it is. Because the other ones actually fit really, really well. You know, here's a jack. No instructions on where it goes, other than I see where it is back there. This is actually what I would expect from a Chinese kit. That'd be a piece of crap. And yet the S model and the trumpeters are anything but. They are superb models. Oh, barrel's drilled out. That's a good start. Get away from that. It even sounds like trash. So Armorfast gets the award for the best plastic. This gets the award for the worst. This one in particular is super slippery. And I didn't have that problem with the KVs, so. Yeah, I don't want to be flush with it just yet. We'll trim it to size. That's the back of the turret. I got a bad feeling about this. loose there. Hopefully there's another one. It is. Sounds like it's raining. Doesn't fit flush. Still doesn't fit flush. What the hell is going on? It's not hitting anything. Man, what a piece of shit. What a piece of shit. Looks like it's got space for things on here on the outside, but there's nothing included with it. We're going to have to use some tracks from the Yag Tiger to go on there. Okay, that seems to fit all right. Not recommended, folks. Not recommended. It's also, this plastic is not gluing worth a damn. Wow. Not even getting gooey. Scared the shit out of me. It's totally not. I guess it is raining. It's totally impervious to the weld cement. Now, we're almost going to have to call this one, and I'm going to be empty-handed. I thought I'd get this one done. And instead, I found out what a huge piece of crap this model is. It just won't even budge. Won't even stick on there or nothing. Can't wait for the unboxing video. Yep. Well, just call things like I see them. You know, I sung praises of this company's other stuff, and this is a massive piece of crap. It will not glue at all. Doesn't even get gummy or nothing. Wow. Well, they can't all be winners, but man, they sure don't need to be losers like this one. It was definitely a pizza shit. Yeah. Well, I'm not even going to try super glue. We're going to epoxy the living shit out of this bastard. I mean, it looks okay. I mean, shape-wise, it looks like it should. Now we just need to find a figure that looks like Robert Shaw so we can put in the turret there. Bleach blonde Robert Shaw. Yeah. Well, you know, the thing is if I had this kind of experience with this thing, I know other people had much worse experience. Especially when I'm able to do stuff like this. But then you can't even... Yeah, it'll end up being fine, but there's no detail on the turret. for extra spare tracks or nothing. So pretty much a disappointment. Still use it. They're still going to get painted. They'll still look okay. I'm sure the Yag Tiger comes with extra pieces of track. We'll put some on there just for, give them some personality. But yeah, it looks small though. It looks really, really small. Let me pull out a panther. Where's a panther? Let me pull out my panther. It's like the same size of a panther. Is that right? It just seems really, really small. I don't know. Weird. Weird. Yeah, it'll end up being okay, but man, I wasn't expecting to have this kind of surprise. Oh well. It almost looks 176. I mean, look at the Panzer IV. Anyhow, well, we'll wrap this one up. Thanks for coming by on this long one, and got a lot less stuff done than I thought I was going to, but that's okay. So, what other kits, since you guys decided to tune in, what other kits are probably likely to come up next? And that's because I've already done an unboxing video on it. Well, we got the Yag Tiger. Okay, the Yag Tiger should be good from Trumpeter. We've got the Hetzer from Italeri. Okay, which is a reissue of the Eschi one. Which I thought this was the kit that was going to be a pain in the ass, not the King Tiger one. First to Fight, Czech 38 Command Tank. I expect this one to be good. And the Soviet white armored car, because it's going to be Soviet, not French. So, anyhow, I have a feeling the suspension's going to be a problem on this one. Only because I had the same issue with the other one. So that's what's going to be coming up soon. Yeah. Oh well, shit happens. I don't know why the glue's not working though. It doesn't make any sense. Makes me wonder if any of the other glue worked. This wasn't glued in, so. Anyhow. Okay, folks.